Hello! Welcome to stream. Hold on, let me just move this up so I can actually just see all together. Alright, gonna be starting Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Well, the first one, really. Maybe I should turn desktop audio down a little bit. If you're in here, just tell me how the sound sounds, how the music sounds compared with my voice. As you know, I kind of want my voice to be, because my voice is going to be more important during this game than most other games, because I'll be reading everything. Yay! So that's going to be fun. Anyways, we're gonna just go straight to Select Adventure. You can start Great Ace Attorney Adventures, and then Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Or we're just gonna start Great Ace Attorney Adventures. I guess that's the first game. Oh boy, anime.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation
Oh, they actually put
brought great waves
English
of
voices in
Western
here.
influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Someone got shotted.
But for one man, the
No,
turbulence
we always
of that
start
era
out with these murder
was just
cases,
the beginning
and then
of an extraordinary story.
Keep going through murder cases. Episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. The 22nd of November! That's the day in between our birthdays! 8:43 a.m. The Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How could it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber, the highest court of Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer! Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until a judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue! Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course! Sorry! What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Oh, there you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the news these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by students. Obviously. You didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. And there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asuki, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still... He's still an undergrad. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. He said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. Oh, I know! I've been dreaming forever of this day. Finally, these government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. And proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend, like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I had to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Oops, accidentally clicked off the screen. As I was reaching for water. It was right after that. That's when it happened. Asuki, may I have a word? Ah, Professor! I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asugi. We should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. Seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yeah, thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes! Yes, that's right! My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Forensic! Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know... Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asuki has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asuki may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand! Why did the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear! I'm not a murderer! I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain, peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand, once proceedings get underway. But, then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else, and you must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defend it!
Court is about to begin! Proceed to the courtroom at once!
It would seem our surreptitious discussions are about to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours.
What are you waiting for? You want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway.
You know, in actual, like, traditional court, you don't... The suspect, the prime suspect, the defendant, doesn't actually need to appear in the court. It's a really interesting thing. Like, they don't have to appear in the court, so... Like, I'm not how... Like, that's at least how it is for stuff like... I don't know, like the fucking Facebook mess of a case. But... Yeah, like, you don't... Like, unless if it's necessary... Unless if it's, like, deemed necessary, the defendant does not actually need to show up. I'm not sure how it is for murder trials, but this is what I learned when I was in teen court. It was a teen court thing that we did when I was in high school. Well, this is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. 22nd of November, 9 o'clock a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Oh, his fucking eyes! So this is a courtroom.
Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power.
I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there.
The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial.
A secret trial?
A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend.
What? But why?
It'll be clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
As is this defense. Before we begin, there was one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Is going to defend me? That's the question that the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the offended, I hope it's clear who will advocate. What?
He just says yes.
What is the meaning of this unruly outburst?
I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself.
You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke?
Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now, before the trial.
He did what?
He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose.
How sad. Means you don't have faith in me. Think I won't be able to get you off.
No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you...
Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection! Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san?
Huh? Oh! Yes! Exactly! Exactly what I wasn't thinking! I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank!
I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency!
It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken.
My competence? What does that mean?
He is questioning your ability to do the job.
Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am.
So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes! Kindly state before the court and the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. Oh, I'm so nervous I can't even remember that! What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that! It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there.
I'm pressing E, but nothing's happening.
I just have to press E for the court record? Alright. Well, there's no time to lose. Oh, there we go.
I can click on it here.
This is a list of evidence you've collected. Dealt by switching to people instead with E. Find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back.
Kazuma Asogi, age 23. Same age as me. A second year in Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend, and despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Yujin Mikitoba, age 42. A medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine, and Kazuma's mentor. Taketsuchi Aochi. Ouchie. Is pain, okay. The lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. And John H. Wilson, age 47, the victim of this case. He was visiting professor of medicine at Yume University for the British Empire. John Wilson.
So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record.
Actually, so what are the evidence we have? University collar pin! I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by a loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Can I... Victim, John H. Wilson, male, British. Time of death, 19th November, shortly after 2 p.m. Oh, next. Cause of death, a single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit room, as the bullet did not pass through the body.
Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present. Try it now. Yes! The victim's name was, Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, you've just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been split on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
And I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting English policymakers. And your convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman.
Yeah, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. Fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime.
Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going.
Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer.
Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner.
The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think... Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson.
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency!
How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death.
Cause of death. Well, obviously, that was...
Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence.
By evidence? But how?
Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Or present.
It's present, not present.
Yes!
Well... According to, this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry! Yes! That's right! Post-mortem report!
In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. Here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way.
Oh, I see! As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence for the record.
So that's a photographic print.
Well, that's something I've never seen before.
It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible.
Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it then.
I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind.
Professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba?
Yes. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I could still act as your assistant.
Ah! Of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he?
Maybe, but any help you could give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. And I take another sip of water.
Well, my first piece of advice is this. Rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats.
Only if you raise in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter of the Western-styled restaurant called Le Carnaval.
Are you alright? You seem to be, coughing up some,
It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me.
Well, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. The grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery 3 days ago.
Understood, Hosonaga. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring?
It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied.
That fits in with my memory of it, too. There's hardly anyone else in the place.
It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes! Hold on! Let me just clarify something here. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But...
Next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo.
Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Huh? Wait, what did he say? There was no one else around that table.
What's the matter, Ryunosuke?
That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite of him at his table.
Really?
That's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Interject! Yes! Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings? I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer at all?
But I'm sure of what I saw.
Hosonaga-san, is there any case you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? Completely calm and collected until now.
Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Business card. I want to take a look at this business card real quick.
So, the court has now heard a process of the case.
Now let's take a look at the record. See if we can take a... Okay, so we have a magnifying glass to zoom in closer at the stuff. Wait. I want to know... Can I not look at the backside? I like to look at the backside of this card. See what it says. So that's the entrance and that's the kitchen. He's right there. There's no way. Okay.
Yes, at the moment, the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency! If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, we have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
What do you think I should do, Kazuma?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it. Professor Mikotoba said it, and so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this.
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you.
And yet, despite knowing that...
You're willing to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it?
What?
If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary.
Are you just going to abandon that duty?
Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is.
I like his face. It's just, oh, fuck.
Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchie, please continue with the proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever! The prosecution calls its next witnesses!
Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once.
Wait, witnesses? 2 people at once? Hello?
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Laisei Nosa, reporting for duty. Yes, Nosa.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity of the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasutai, a humble premises on the 2nd District. Curio Kurikuta, at your service.
An antique dealer and a soldier. Huh, what an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day of question.
It must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take care of the most exquisite aroma of the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently, converse with interested parties regarding the curios in which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying.
He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival.
Seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, the sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what could only be described as an act of war! Sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir!
This man's as impossible to understand as the other. I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said.
So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead.
Yeah.
Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable?
If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start.
Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir! Standing by, be ready to report, sir!
Unsavory memories of the most acerbic afternoon.
What the witnesses saw.
I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
From the back? I'm sorry, from the back. No.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed a vital moment. Saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! A Wiccan University cadet, sir! A cruel and unforgettable enemy!
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. And wait, what does the mortem report say? Okay, it doesn't say where he was shot. So yeah, it is the fucking photograph. Yeah! All he did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down just as I was picking it up. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal in the scene somewhere. Somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is?
Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses.
Cross-examine?
Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring the despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
I meant the defense! Demands its right to a cross-examination!
Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki band boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
How do you know?
Prosecution objects! This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
The defense is exerting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it, it is irrelevant.
Kazuma's so commanding.
Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke.
But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination.
Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements.
How?
You didn't fire the gun, which means that what that soldier has said has to be a lie.
Well, yeah, but
It's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence.
right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying.
Now, let's go, Ryunosuke! Don't let them beat you!
It was just a slap. It wasn't a slam. It was just a slap. Just a. All right then. Oh, it's all or nothing. I know exactly where too. Technical session with the old man. All right. Still like the virtues of particularly fine golden curio. With your own eyes. The black uniform varsity. And from the back. Objection! Yeah, that's not the back. That's very clearly his front. So yeah, we're gonna present.
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache?
Inconsistencies, sir! I mean, yes! There's a clear inconsistency here!
What nonsense! What could this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond a doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in the Grand Courtroom.
Ugh, this is so frustrating! Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It shouldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma? What?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there is a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Iese Nosa. Yes, sir! What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity student fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! I witnessed a crime of thy own military grade officer! Yes! But no! That just can't be! And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What the... What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious of the carnival steak, sir!
What?
Last testimony the court has heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iese Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd!
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Oh god, that peaked the mic so fucking hard. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. Just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. A university cadet there. He was pointing a firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either?
Myself? I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? I'm sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
Treasure?
Indeed! The Hoi Kara Koban, my prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place it in my bosom pocket as a particular trinket of interest for my shop day.
In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you.
On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoi treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not. But I was presented with little alternative. And then, After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Killbon vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was in case mayhap and had fallen there, and then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded holy treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Harry Kaban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the coin for himself.
As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive.
Sorry, hydrating.
No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. Eyewitnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What?
Really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as cuticle glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir! At once, sir! Waiting to signal to testify, sir! Excuse me, but there's something, or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up to the ranks, sir! Name Ido! See, those straps were assigned to the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, attention! Your father's about to quell the enemy! Watch and learn, my boy!
Just blowing the pinwheel.
Witness testimony, the true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out! This testimony is certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman! There was a young woman at his table! You must have seen her! Everyone there must have seen her!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it'd be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
Photographic print of the crime scene has been entered into the court record.
I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we will be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witnesses' testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
How could this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm was discharged, almost the same thing. No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of an uninformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet it's an undeniable fact that I did blink! So there you have it.
Have what? Attention! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears on the very next moment. I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman.
I think that says it all, don't you? And I'll just not forget that the antique dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korekuta-san? Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was. Yeah, the young lad in black, but that much myself I did see.
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've already told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. At exactly that moment, bang! A gunshot rang in my ears.
Full of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry? What do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the cobot from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I am growing a callus in my ear. And yet no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of that woman.
Ugh. Only there'd been more people that died her there that time. Someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know! Of course the place was almost empty, it's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency. There was indeed a reason.
Oh, there was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Had a clinic. Yes, it would indeed appear to be the entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Huh? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. As for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as the evidence or not?
Ask for it to be submitted.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Whether or not they are of concern is up to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Ugh! Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights to a most disturbing trend.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. All we need right now is new clues.
Alright, what does this say? We can't examine it?
Bruh. Bruh, okay. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused Korekuta-san. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on this victim's table. A meal for one.
No. Antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible they're all lying. But if so, then why?
If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes! Why aren't you telling the truth?
What? What did you say, cadet?
I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across her table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible.
Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it is not just a case of these two witnesses alone.
Sorry?
The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone.
That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But I...
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
I think I can say to that.
Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now.
Well, yeah, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light.
I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before.
Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? Notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the pieces in question. Oh, so that's how you can... okay. Rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Using WASD... or just my mouse. You can move the crosshairs around to comfort... okay, you know what? I need to... kinda wanna key config, Hello? What the fuck? The game just crashed. Why did it crash? No. No, fuck you. Why did you crash? No. Fucking game. All right. I am a little bit, angry right now at that. Look, man, I just wanted to go over here. All right, back. All right, I guess it auto-saved. At least it auto-saved. Can I, like, skip through? Alright, I do want... Alright, so I can skip through text.
Yes!
Alright. So that's a bit annoying that that happened. But at least we have autosaves. And then press here.
Yes!
Ah.
Yes! Objection!
Alright, and now we're gonna have his medical record. I don't know why it crashed on me. That was really weird.
Yes!
And he asked for it to be submitted.
Objection!
And we'll press here.
Yes!
Because we can't actually check the thing yet. Ba 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 ba. Alright, I'm gonna save right here now. Or can I save? Right, here we go, save. Oh, you mean this? Yeah, this brand new piece of evidence. Alright, we gotta take a look at stuff, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Use WAS to move it. Alright, so now it does show that. Using the arrow keys, you can do that, or, you know, we can use the mouse like a fucking regular person playing the fucking thing on a PC. Oh, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Use WAS, arrows, and space to inspect my areas. Anything out of place? It says haunted clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? Well, when I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold in for their whole life.
Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. Sure we don't miss anything. It's like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a long-term treatment, and that's why with the family doctor, I'd imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point, so... You don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege, all when you're at your lowest ebb. Sound like a model patient. The bad case of stubbornness, no less. For which the only cure is very bitter medicine. Indeed, healthy curiosity! An achievement! What's that about? For having thoroughly examined the medical report card inside and out. Okay. Are we sure? We kind of just did the outside, seems. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It seems so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Just to use laughing gas. It's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yeah, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until the anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. This new information? Meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely! Even if what I saw was impressive, it's almost the same thing, okay? And furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed only personnel present. So then do I present this? Do I present this?
Yes!
Nope, that's fucked. Like, where do we present it? Oh man, I should have saved after the thing. Okay. God damn it. Ah! Yeah. Skip the fucking animation. God. I want to just skip through. Alright. I just gotta skip through, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Alright, now we'll save again. Lonnie was dining all by himself. Except... Wait, I wanted to go back. Damn it.
blue. So really, it didn't let me go back? Really, clicking on the arrows doesn't let me go back. That's weird. Let's gonna press B. Okay, okay, no, I just have to right-click. Okay. He couldn't have been dining all by dining because presents. Well, I think, how do you, wittering lad, call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally, under the circumstances. I won't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. You can see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. But I don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Korikuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
but that's the... Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated the crime.
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst have petrified me, boy! Of course I believe it! How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told that the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating...
Just what are you trying to say, cadet? You had orders not to eat. So what?
It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours. Post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Korikuta-san!
But boy, what?
As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally,
There's more?
if you have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone, but that cannot possibly be the case, because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Use your head.
That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke?
Huh? Yes, most definitely.
So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel?
Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it?
Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of.
Got it. So, eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it could only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such
Yes.
person.
There was, because I saw her.
When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly.
Kazuma,
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
yes!
Dismantle the government! That's what we're all about here!
Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you.
How do you mean?
I have an issue with them! Those two witnesses in the stand!
What?
What are you talking about?
You have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury.
Perjury?
And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit in murder?
No!
It was the baby! The baby is the murderer!
Negatory! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders.
That's right, as the man says! Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh.
What?
What did you just say, Korikuta-san?
Oh, no.
You were just following orders?
Now, hold on, lad. I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas?
What?
Objection!
What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Just one simple slip of the tongue! Order! Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here.
It's painful and clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this!
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well,
That's classified!
So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you?
You wouldn't. This can't be happening!
Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it.
What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose.
Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, we can continue our pursuit.
We need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut.
Of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations.
Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? There we go. Imperial Police Bureau.
Well, that's unexpected.
What is? Look. See, it says the witness's name here. Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yeah, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth?
I have no idea.
Let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it here somehow. Here we go. That's what we needed. We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. No time to lose.
I want answers! If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait, Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this! I swear to every Shinto god! I knew nothing!
What does the defense have to say about all this, hmm?
Well, Your Excellency! No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout the first name that comes in my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san.
Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason could the waiter have to make the witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you.
If, that is, the man were truly a waiter.
What? If he truly were?
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth.
Truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure how we could conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest.
I beg your pardon?
Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes! It's the front of the back of the card! That's where the detail is!
Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say?
Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession.
The waiter's profession, but that's surely... Good gracious!
That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as the regular citizens are concerned. So, witness is there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen his 4 gentlewomen at the scene? Well! Inspector Hosonaga? I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility.
Took his plan and added to the court record as evidence.
Oh, well... Is there a problem?
Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Of course, here you are. Yeah, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. That is my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say, you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course! His salary must be terrible! I was working undercover. Undercover?
Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant lately. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover.
Incidents at the restaurant? What kinds of incidents?
That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide.
Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court.
Of course, Your Excellency.
We have just heard new information from the 2 witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at that table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct?
Funny that I had to cough there too.
Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected.
As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman.
So the truth comes out.
I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders.
Special orders?
You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders.
But what if this Englishwoman was the killer?
I think it would be everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea.
Huh?
The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything else at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question.
So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case.
But it's not right!
One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them is studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory. Is a young English woman.
What?!
You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour.
You mean, when I removed that woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first.
And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector.
The Englishwoman is still sitting at the university professor's table, a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She's indeed a foreign exchange student, studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty.
What? What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation.
Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the moon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government would surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes, sir.
You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency.
At once, Your Excellency.
But might be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
So it won't be a problem?
Nothing will get in my way.
Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes! Your Excellency!
Good. And we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
To be continued. Which means I have probably another hour and a half. November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court Adjudicator, Defendant's Antechamber 5.
Huh. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer.
Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, looks like you've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the crime scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see anything of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, bang. I didn't have time to think of where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yeah, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area.
Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikutoma! Well, seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say.
Yeah, since you planned this from the start, you arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place at the restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. For all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim?
Ah, yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume, and it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget what we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went into extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck! Thank you! Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. Something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once!
It's time. Let's get back to it, partner.
Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before these old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma? Wait.
Thank you. Really.
Whatever for.
Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I already would have been found guilty by now.
Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend.
Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. It's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial.
You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street.
With an extra large portion, of course. 22nd November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2.
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. Thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry.
Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down their nation's founders?
Again, terribly sorry.
The friendship between our nations is really so fragile that the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial. Anxiety over some foreign government's opinions. A bungled investigation, missing witnesses. This what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan? Or of England?
Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all.
Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes! Your Excellency! Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Somebody bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea.
Is that true?
No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival for my troupe.
Yes, yes, we all know about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first.
Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yeah, I think I did, didn't I? Yeah, the description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty?
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. What even is this script? She speaks in cursive. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She is a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating your words faithfully enough. Yeah, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Or you. Cleverly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke.
Of course, thanks for the beautiful lady for taking the stand.
Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. Oops. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. This could take some time. Even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of this wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. You mean to say... Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood.
Order! Order in the court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor. Then they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
No! I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all! It's a condemning testimony indeed.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And look at the Snow White Angel! I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
Ugh. Still making the same mistakes, Rinosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there was nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witnesses who have hidden a weapon can be shown, it is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun.
Give women pockets! God! That's the problem with women's clothing. We have no pockets. None. There's like very few times where we do have pockets, but even still, they're like barely deep enough to just fit my fingers in. Like, I can't fit my full fucking palm in the pocket. If it was guys' jeans, I could fit my whole fucking fist in there. Hell, sometimes I could fit like a whole fucking soda can. 2 of them. Like, it's ridiculous. Give girls more and deeper pockets. Fuck. Especially in skirts and dresses. Like, that'll just make it easier, like, free flow. Like, in jeans, it'll probably just stick out a lot more. And then guys have cargo shorts. Those are not fashionable at all. Just get that out of the way. Cargo shorts are no. Or really cargo anything. I mean, sure, we have purses. But give us pockets! We're not gonna carry the purse. The purse puts a weight on our shoulders. Like a literal weight on our shoulders. Just give us pockets, God. Anyways, pocket ran over. Ugh, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could... No! Ryunosuke! That is sexual assault! God damn it! Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up! There must have been another gun there that day! Right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Hold on, is the gun in our... We don't even have it in the court record.
Can we, since it was a revolver, right? Can we just see if there were bullets in the chamber still? Like, if he was apprehended immediately, he wouldn't have been able to, like, refresh the bullets if he did shoot. So, like, where's the gun in all this? Yes, that's what we have to prove now. To do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart.
Evil smirk! The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Arranged for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are on vogue, isn't that right?
No. No. Just, no. It's not. Ugh! A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yeah, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? She was unable to eat.
Yes!
Was unable to eat, you say? That was because he just had a tooth removed at Hada Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean... it was you who ate the steak pictured here, is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. What you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience to have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world, be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil and fight and the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Each with a glass of carbonated water. It's very meaningful. The last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing,
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well, sidestep, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your testimony. Gladly, she said. It was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Rinosuke. But we can see there's only one glass. There's only one glass.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke to this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene, and it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd, very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ugh. Rinosuke, what is it about the print that looks so odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1.
Ugh! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only one glass pictured here.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. There should have been 2 glasses at the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you could clink with only 1?
You're quite right.
I certainly took 2 glasses to the table.
Inspector, what did the lady just say?
It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying.
Good gracious!
Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, there is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd!
Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying.
A handbag, you say?
Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but at the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations! You have wasted enough time already!
Indeed. The lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. I want to pursue this matter further. I'm going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yeah, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance. It's...
I'm gonna save again. No, as a just to be sure. It's the handbag.
Wait! The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it could be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. Oh, you're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting...
Inspector Hosonaga! Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could not have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order! Order! Order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kazuma?
Wow, his coughing's getting worse.
Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. I don't. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Necessary in what way? How to think the student lawyer, really? I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. It also shows he has a little bull tattoo or something on his right arm. Well, I never! You can see right through what's inside! That's right. Apparently, Ashrick bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, Counsel.
I would like to look at this. What is this? Well, this little tattoo here. That's obviously very clearly important. Also, wow, having a mesh handbag. Just asking to get shit stolen, honestly.
The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed. There's only one logical conclusion. As the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
Oh, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Ryunosuke.
Huh?
Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue.
What? You mean, this is it?
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. I'm really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma,
What?
is there really no chance now of turning this trial around?
You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest.
Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue.
Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all.
Smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I find you...
Wait! Your Excellency!
Ryunosuke!
I don't think you can rule on this case just yet.
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that there were a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean. Then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. This shows the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There could be no problem with this evidence.
You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly! Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yeah, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. Something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only he could put my finger on it.
Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
Be warned that if I am unsatisfied with your response here, trial will be over with immediate effect.
This is the most intimidating fucking thing I've ever seen. Holy shit, this gavel is huge. His hand is huge. Gavels aren't really that big. Well, maybe back then, fuck. That's like a whole ass fucking mallet. You can kill somebody with that. What the fuck? This is legit the most terrifying thing I have ever seen. What the hell?
Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify the quote where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded.
Right here?
Look at this here. This very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It's almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea where the victim suffered this burn, do we? No possibility of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Alchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn.
Alright, let me check all the court record again. So, I don't think anything here really says anything. There's no zoom in or zoom out. Was there? No? Okay. Oh no, because we usually get a magnifying glass. My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a UMA student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I must forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. Bruh. Okay, post-mortem report doesn't have anything. Anything bull related? Right, so that's where he was. Oh wait, hello? Hello? Ugh!
Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Ms. Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Rinosuke? You believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we could just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To
tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed it out, what did I notice? Was that the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? Let's find some link between the burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
It's the crime scene photograph!
Yes!
What's this, counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe these photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What?
How? You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Right there, bitch.
Yes!
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ugh.
Oh, Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there is an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnaval. Ugh! This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape!
Ah!
Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on! Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if this happened on the day in question or not. Could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. That was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. Is it conceivable that the victim could have let out a scream of pain then? I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As a head waiter of Le Carnaval, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
But I was playing detective, you dipshit! There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right. The strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day,
Would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel.
the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Yunosuke, do you think it really be true? I never dreamed we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from one particular situation.
Counsel, are you suggesting...
Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already
dead?
Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp of the facts.
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, his whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it.
Incredible. Certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. Sorry to say, Miss Brett, but you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency!
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubts must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country, after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world.
As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this, the lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words of the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when that poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Oh, she's being smug. She's being smug. She clearly poisoned him. She's being smug as fuck.
The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Fatal hemorrhage. Does a hemorrhage come from ballistic trauma? Because it would have to have been poison. Extraction of tooth.
Oh, wait! Oh, wait!
No, he was still under the anesthetic. He might not have been able to feel pain at the time. But even still, it's either dead or he couldn't feel pain at the time. Wait, shit, did I get this wrong?
The most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you.
Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tongues of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of victims' burn is utterly irrelevant.
I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
The Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Amen.
Huh? Thanks? Wait, was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination for now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Excellency. You may proceed with the cross-examination.
Cross-examination. Victim's death. Okay. I'm gonna do a quick save, just cause, you know, we gotta save before we fuck stuff up. So I'm gonna press.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? Ah!
Ah! What fun! You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke.
Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. You're admitting to everyone that you have a tiny brain! Yes. Well, I can't! Anyway... When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although...
Although?
Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table... I'm afraid I don't remember that.
And you? I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means... Bless you! No?
I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway...
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes. Lucky for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make sense! The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. But it cooled even slightly, it would have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, it's a complete waste of time!
I concur. Prosecutor Aochi is right.
Ugh.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace.
If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all these causes of death, that's for sure. Maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought! Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yeah, evidence.
So, let's see if we can. I just wonder. Present the evidence with the photograph of.
Yes!
Nope. Okay, we'll press the last one, just to be sure.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right! The Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost.
Hello? Hello? What was that about?
It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. You understand? Killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. It's actually admitting our police may be flawed. As Prosecutor Ouchi is finally starting to see sense.
I very much doubt that.
Still, something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right.
What do you think, Ryunosuke?
I think it's going terribly. No matter how much you press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean... I have to find a way. We come to clues somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kasuma.
What, Ryunosuke?
Is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me.
Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett?
Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga.
The detective?
Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, if it might present an opening maybe.
Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time.
You think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Brett on her last statement again.
Yes!
You mean that? The country? And that's the end of it, is it not so?
Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction,
Wait.
Evidence may be lost. Yes! There it is again! The detective's reaction is just the same as before. But why?
Up until now, the detective has been on the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter.
Things are very different now. His testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down.
You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Rinosuke. It all has to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. By moving the marker left and right with the arrow keys, you can turn your attention to other people on the stand. While you're looking at other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with the spacebar. If you catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across and focus on the detective, then pursue him, and see what's on his mind. Well, here we go.
Wait.
So, like,
Excuse me.
Excuse me! Yeah, what's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his own thoughts, deeply. Looked like you were thinking of something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not.
Huh?
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yeah, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Osanaga. Yes? You have something to add? In relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. And what do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. Preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I am not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's last remarks touched a nerve there. Take this for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water! I don't care what anyone says! Yeah, there's some left in the bottle, I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it!
and it's still yet to come.
I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence.
Carbonated water bottle.
Miss Brett?
Right, so... Label's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma?
I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yeah, but what does it say? That's what I'm asking. Go to France and ask.
You can just say that you don't know.
carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. Let's have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Renosuke, you can't do that! For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking your evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? Never cease to amaze me, Renosuke. More ways than one. I wonder... Could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might just have worked something out. An interesting possibility. Let's go! Miss Brett? Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. The inspector will kindly control his fervor.
Boop, boop. Let me do a quick save again. And then we go...
Yes!
That's not what I meant. Oops. Alright, and what I wanted to do was present this.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett! It was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence? You little rookie imbecile! Have you ever even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is trial to determine an individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack!
Oh shit.
It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. Taking water.
Ugh. Ouchie's fucking voice hurts.
But no matter how inferior they may be, You still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. I find no trace of poison in any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. Oh. No!
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. The prosecution has asserted a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. Court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no. I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Yunosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Let's go!
Please, wait.
Huh? Isn't that... What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikitoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikitoba? My darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. In her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Wait, there's more?! Ah, there's more to the trial, fuck! I thought... Jesus Christ, this is the longest first trial. I don't think there's been a trial where you go to 3 parts. Fuck. I was expecting this to be done in like 3 hours. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Ha! A judicial assistant? And a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful.
Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something? Written in English?
It's Giselle Brett's research.
The Englishwoman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh yeah, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, what does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? Never heard the word before.
Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There's too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I can note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
Well, this is wonderful. Thank you.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
Alright, so I want to look in here. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Affects instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Art of entry. The above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a full result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. So... he could have died of suffocation from it, but... Art of entry, when the poison enters the body through a wound... Did he have any other wounds on him? We don't know that because they don't preserve the crime scene. I mean, of course he had that, but we're assuming that happened after he was dead already, or at the very least already poisoned. And he was under the anesthetic. We can't see his face, though. We've had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Inosuke, we're out of options here. Really is our very last chance. Yeah, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence! That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency?
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer?
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however. I must ask you treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, I understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University doing research.
research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where you going with this, Council?
A toxin known as Curare, Your Excellency. With the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? Complete and utter nonsense. Curare, you say? I never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
How do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curare before on one simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. That is correct, which means no matter what the test the police can do for toxins, they never identify Curare. Why? Because there is no test available. Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order! 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 Council, does this deadly poison truly exist?
According to the report authored by a visiting research student from England, Curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison laced to their arrows. Seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it's produced from an extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of century by explorers. It claims that the enemies shot by the arrows laced with Curare suffer instant death. Does that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspirations are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. They stated that, Inspector.
Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor begin any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean the other way around?
The very fact the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Curare was used.
Explain yourself, Council.
The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all.
How terrible!
Obviously, if a man lost all his strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. With the chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous!
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison?
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense! If I may? All these facts? You think you're so clever? It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest hard work, and then announce the results as if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act, wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yeah, I don't see, why not?
Because she put the poison in the cup. That's where my thought was thinking. Like, I don't think the poison was in the bottle. I think it's in the cup that was in her purse. That's in her handbag. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers!
Wait, what are you doing?
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
Dot, 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 dot.
Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no Curer. The bottle was clean, is what you're saying.
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady, we are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make any sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she... She swallowed a whole glass and lived to tell the tale. I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I will attend in London.
Hold on. Because there's also another thing. Solution for the respiratory arrest caused there as well before Ballard Cross must be found first. Okay. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? There can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Ryunosuke, you have all the clues now. Bottle of water. Gonna options save. Because I don't think that the bottle of water contains poison. As I thought! There is no poison in that bottle.
What? Why, Ryunosuke?
Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. Sometimes it is in need of a good staining, until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? Oh. Okay, so she does have the cure to the respiratory thing, so that's probably what it was. I was thinking that the poison was actually just in the bag, was that she actually just poisoned the cup, and that's it. But she probably found a solution to the respiratory arrest caused. And probably didn't have the full paralysis happen. The culprit did put Curer poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw.
Miss Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. Sure, the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. Has to be. And I must ask you to support this assertion with evidence. Only until the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed. Because in her report on page 3...
Yes!
The answer to the riddle, right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
That's not a valid explanation.
Oh, no?
After all, we don't speak English. The report is uttered gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. It will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle?
It's the... which part is it then? What is it called? The practical applications. It's written right here under practical applications, I think.
Oh, really? Go on.
Well, think about it. Want to know how the poison can be drunk without it taking effect? That's a practical application of the poison's use as a drink, maybe?
Objection!
You'll have to do better than that. Wait, are you kidding me? I shudder to think how we'll fare in a... What? What?
Yes! Objection!
So wait, would it be special characteristics then? Because I thought that the last part... Oh, it would be the route of entry part. Special characteristics. Well, we've been hearing a lot about this Curare poison. And it's left me curious about something.
Oh? Council.
Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters may have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting.
So we've been led to believe, yes?
And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please!
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Oh my god, I just realized what the fuck happened. Okay, so he had just gotten surgery done on his tooth, right? He just had it extracted. There's a wound in there. That's how the poison got in. Oh, why did I realize this earlier? That's how the poison got in, because as we saw here, or let's see, the victim had undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. And as we see here, because the above-mentioned effects occur when they enter his body through a wound. We had a wound, so he drank it. So it's not. So really, it's venom. It's a venom, not a poison. Let's get that out there. Poison will kill you if you ingest it. Venom kills you if it's injected into you. You can drink venom. You can't really drink poison.
Yes, good point.
So surely the hunters would want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison.
Good gracious, Council! No, that would be madness!
But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound.
Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense.
Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters through the body through the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you can make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion! Whoa, her hat went alive. Well, Rinosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
A lawyer? All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. I fail to see how it possibly... So the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Curare is safe to ingest. Seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yeah. Well, of course. Yes, trick suckers? What are they? So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right.
Good gracious!
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order! Order in court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Or are Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this Cuiraire poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. And that's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
What is this welling up inside me? Never felt like this before. Sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Let's go! That was kind of a really weak objection, honestly.
I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett!
How dare you use that tone with me?
You know very well there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both of you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Cuiraire?
Because he just had surgery on his tooth.
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of Cuiraire are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you'd just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Ugh! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No!
I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
No! This Englishwoman, she just smashed that bottle! In the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once!
You're wasting your time. Delightful carpet under my feet was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
How could you? You won't get away with this!
You can thump the bad chit-chat as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not.
You...
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course! You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady? That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is a little schoolboy.
No, you killed the victim that day using Kyurere. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you had arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hitting gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime.
Oh, what a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hitting gun, you say? I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Ugh. Honestly, the fact that she destroyed evidence, deliberately destroyed evidence, the way that she did, clearly says that she did it. That should be irrefutable. It's unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yeah? You've come this far, but now you're the only one who could finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, it must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yeah, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. Let's think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene is in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Of course there is. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while, and something feels amiss in my memories of that. Niggling? What the fuck? That's like almost a slur. What the fuck? It's amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. That must be some kind of British slang. Because what the fuck? Never heard that term in my life. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is right here. The very clear bloodstain.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga! Answer me this! Yes, what is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime? Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Objection!
Wait a minute! Where are you going with this? are you going with this, little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the sheen shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood.
What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, no way that the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him.
Ah!
Yes. The blood to have made it onto the plate, and implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. This means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett.
I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous! Fabricated nonsense! Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
This could be the moment my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it!
You did what?
I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice!
I fucking love this guy! Let's go!
Then we could find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir! Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't!
Cookie Inspector, the blood, man! Show the court! Of course, examine the plate at your leisure.
Wait, do the bites match? Not entirely?
But no, that's...
Impossible!
I know I saw it, I'm sure of it. It's right there on the table behind the professor. There's blood on the side of the plate.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you.
Ugh!
I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
I believe we may finally reach a conclusion in this trial.
Let us hope so. And pretend the attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. The sorry-looking excused witness wishes to examine it again. Be my guest.
Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? think it's a Koban coin. Hallmark is from the Hoenn area, I believe.
No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoenn Koban?
Yeah, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. Imagine it's very valuable.
It's the first time today there's been talk of a Hoenn Koban.
I've heard of pearls before swine, but never heard of a bullion and bullion.
That's a good one. And I don't think we will ever will again. It's extraordinary, though. This means... This is not the right plate! I fucking knew it! Sit now, I've lost.
Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel.
Huh?
Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what.
Believe in myself, really. Maybe I should at least examine the evidence myself.
As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection?
Bloodstein was going to clinch the trial for me. Does plate of steak reveal any other clues at all?
Yeah, there's another clue.
Your Excellency, please wait! This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
The only thing shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. We'll not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, it's still your position, isn't it?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense will now clearly show the court what you are eluding. Good gracious, that's...
Koban? What on earth?
A Hoenn one at that.
Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant in day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up! What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life! I don't know what that is, but I want no part of it! I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. Rare Hoenn Koban just happens to be hidden underneath a piece of steak.
Oops.
This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now.
He's right. It can't be a coincidence.
Your Excellency! Yes, Counsel?
A rare Hoenn Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll give it my lawyer job right now!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak.
The owner?
Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... this guy.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and owner of Rasute, Kiryo Kyorikuda-san. Kyori? As in
Curie, as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with the Koban coin when it happened. Exactly the moment when the gun was fired.
The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoei-era Koban, my prized coin!
This Hoei-era Koban? Do you mean to tell me?
No, please! Why would Korekuta-san's Koban... Drink real quick. Be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate. It makes no sense.
Hi, Akko! Welcome to stream. I was gonna end... This trial has been going a lot longer than I thought it was gonna be. We're probably ending it soonish? Hopefully? Because God, this has been going on for 4 hours. This is long for a first trial.
Yes!
Like, legit. Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him.
Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay.
Anyways, thanks for popping in. Yeah, for the first case! This is the longest first case I think we've ever had. And like, I remember everything else being like maybe 1 or 2 hours. This one 4 hours, what the fuck? And we didn't even do investigation. Can't believe that we've come back to that pair again. And not to mention that my voice is getting like, my voice is wearing out because of just talking. That upon, auditioning for a Shakespeare play that, my college is putting on. So, yeah. I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find out it's a key element in the case. Oh my God, we're going to a 4th section? Okay. I swear to God, if it was going to say Trial 4, I was going to fucking lose my shit.
What's this all about? Why have you been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? My son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves!
Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop's owner's existence.
Be that as it may, Korekuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this
Wah! That's it! That one, the very exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous Hoey treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fearful day! It can't be!
As I thought.
Young man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool! Put me out of my misery! Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Not sure if it was dropped anywhere.
You found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking the seasoned meat juice.
Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously?
Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my Hoey treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing.
Fuck. Words.
Ah.
Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Oh, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant that attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thieves targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. I wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurtakata's son Koban is all too clear.
What? What?
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on the matter. Tell us, who is a despicable scoundrel that stole Korakuta's Koban and hid it under the stake?
Nosa did.
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iasanosa!
How? How dare you? You monster!
Monster?
I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of the Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of those crimes? Cadet! But it wasn't me, it was Ado! Ado is the mastermind behind all this!
Not the baby! See, even the baby is shocked. Like, what? It's not me! What the fuck, Dad?
You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son? An innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa!
Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop. Gah!
The baby knows to salute.
Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Iasanosa, preparing to stand down in the Krabby Fort, sir.
He got a Waluigi mustache. He's become Waluigi!
Do any of you know?
I can't do.
Waluigi of the extraordinary low wages of the Nippon Imperial Army pays to those it expects to keep our country safe.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna keep up the Waluigi, even though he literally has the Waluigi mustache. No, okay. I gotta go back to the fucking sergeant guy voice.
I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes.
All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
And that's why you were stealing things at the restaurant.
The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time.
Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly unbelievable. Believable.
And your target that day was the old man and his Koban?
Yes, sir.
It was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
A veritable phantom thief you are!
I was all set to leave the steakhouse halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot.
Wait, that was Renosuke. Professor was shot.
I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I know too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. Slipped it under the steak. Hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date.
Dot in the whole courtroom.
This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time?
Well, Miss Brett,
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course! How rude of us! I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency!
Indeed. Theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. Certainly appeared to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
But of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
nonsense, is it?
Well,
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Hold it! No! Hold it! And good day.
Renosuke, what's the matter with you? It's no time for daydreaming.
Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. Like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. That didn't quite add up.
If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make that voice heard.
Sorry?
You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
There's the second plate that he took!
Wait, Miss Brett!
What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Renosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? Sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. So picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork? It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Knife. Yeah, I'm right. She said there exposed an undeniable contradiction.
I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory. Where is the evidence to prove it?
Take that!
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred?
What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table.
The steak that Miss Brett has been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on.
You're accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett.
Was this what exactly, Counsel?
Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a fine English gentlewoman herself.
And take a good look at this steak in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Ah!
Oh!
Ah!
It looks like Miss Brett has realized something.
So, if the witness is, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Fred was... Oh, whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course, it will be over in a blink of an eye. Short.
I've heard enough!
You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course, dear lady.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers?
Clearly, witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have left for her.
Rinosuke, you know where you're going with this?
You bet I do. Yeah. Now at least, it's all coming together. Mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. Most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day.
I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel.
What exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any shadow of a doubt who shot Mr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
How could you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Has it been... What? Just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
This is absurd! The trial has run for several hours already! Saying there's evidence yet to be brought forward?
I know! We've been going for so long! Who thought I'd ever empathize with fucking Ouchie?
There can't be! I don't believe you haven't!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, we'll solve every remaining mystery about this case.
Very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial.
Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about the whole affair? Hosonaga does. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. Let me take a drink real quick. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? It's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks.
Yes.
Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak, as well as admitting to stealing Korakuta-san's coin. Told that he slipped it under the steak.
Watch it, cadet! I'm a superior officer!
Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake?
Hey, Chun! Affirmative, of course! Might be a soldier of the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a Fortin General lady if she'd mind me manhandling our mail to made something on it.
In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. Even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly! Sure you're not going to suggest Sergeant switched the two stakes over.
Not what you're gonna suggest at all.
You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian have been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. Said I immediately lifted my stake and had the coin underneath it, but then when the waiter announced it was an undercover policeman, thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There's no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, Prosecutor Son.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That's all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table.
Yes, that follows.
Inspector Hosanaga.
Yes?
Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. To preserve that evidence, you had taken both.
That is correct.
Please, present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? That can't have been the slightest bearing on the case.
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remembered the reason why the steak pan promises to be such a problem for you, no?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Mr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett.
Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident.
Yes, sir! I fucking love how he just does that. He just brings his fist down. It's like, I got it! Sorry for keeping you.
Here is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it.
Yeah, there's a very clear blood splatter. The blood stain.
It's clearly visible,
Yes!
look! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
Ah! It can't be!
In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you!
Breakdown. Breakdown. Oh, done by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. No. No! I can't keep that up for this long. Not with this amount of talking I've done. God! I'm sorry? There's just baby chicks all over the place! Look at them all! Look at the baby chickies! Or I guess baby swans? Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using Curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you plan to kill the professor knowing that no trace of poison will be found in his water. Because Curare is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of this water, and it would be all over. I'd place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as if he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter. The fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor. But that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting on his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan at the spur of the moment.
Plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. Hold on, I'm just checking some stuff. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Under your skirt?
So he's right. There were two guns.
Yes.
Then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you would ensure that I noticed it.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang.
And that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead.
Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around.
Because, of course, he needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency,
Yes?
I wonder, might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
And she, okay. Wait, they're not gonna apprehend her? It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be! Itsuchi Aochi does not lose! Not to the likes of this rookie student!
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
What? Yeah?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten!
Clearly! You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. The way of the world. May you never forget that. Cut off his fucking braid. His top knot. A 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. The fucking line! Oh my god! Just how true that is, shit.
So for those of you who don't know, in the Japanese version of the Ace Attorney series, Phoenix Wright's name is actually Ryunosuke Naruhodo in Japanese. And you could say, and Pain's name is Aochi. I'm not sure if it's the same exact Taketsuchi, but it is Aochi. The prosecutor Aochi, prosecutor Pain. It's just a silly joke with that. So, yeah, here we go.
And this trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case.
Thank you, Your Excellency!
Use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. The Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asugi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world than you are able to. And do not forget, fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency.
What's that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden?
Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo,
No. Yeah?
and you, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty.
Finally, after 4.5 hours of game. Fucking hell. Was not expecting that to last that long. I thought I was gonna be done by like 10 or so when I started. 10 or 11. 12:30, fuck.
This court is now adjourned.
Can't believe it. Can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through all that horrendous trial.
Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thanks, Kazuma.
No, it was a pleasure to watch you work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget it.
Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for providing Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything.
Thank you so much! Oh, if we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's,
I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
your father? Yes, of course. Speaking of Mikitoba, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor!
Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Oops. Good friend? Oh yeah, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Professor Mikitoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you worked together?
I never even heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asugi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this. The spirit of the Yasugi clan.
You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you?
Of course I am. The Japanese man's katana is his soul. His blade shows me where I need to go. And it cuts down anything that's in my way. Yeah, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but...
What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all.
She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai.
What? Shanghai?
Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that.
What? But why not?
It's a matter of consular jurisdiction.
Jurisdiction. I thought that was her. Inspector Hosonaga.
There's a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch.
I must congratulate. But what's this all about? Consular jurisdiction?
We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan.
What? We can't try her? Then who's going to bring her to justice?
British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard.
Why a consular court?
Professor, I simply don't understand.
The consular courts were a thing of the past now. We signed the friendship treaty.
Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right.
And so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke consular court just like that.
Oh, can't they?
Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our agreements making so secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan.
Afraid that for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her.
I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. We're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously.
It's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming. And we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest Le Carnival? As a head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To Le Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. The Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. Never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Oh, come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me! Oh, all that tense verbal combat! I never want to go through that again! I just did what you told me to do, that's all! Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. You know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe in what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. Being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then. Well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a very special kind of person. Huh. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situations time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts. And because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is... You're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've ordered some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. Should be celebrating right now. First court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So, my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikitoba. Sato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still, he was pretty cool. I like him. It's because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't managed to ask a favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And end of that chapter. Holy shit! We've been going for 5 hours. Almost. What the fuck? Alright, so... we have these already all unlocked? What? That's weird. Anyways. God, this took way longer than I expected. I'm gonna end the stream here because one. My voice is tired. Oh, shit. Frame drops galore. Hello. So we're gonna raid someone. We're gonna raid Sucker Punch. Anyways, God, 5 hours. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks Zako for popping in, and anybody else who like popped in during that time. I'll do this again some other time. I won't go for this long though. I just wanted to get the first trial done. I was not expecting it to go this long. Next time I stream might be tomorrow, might not be, I'm not sure. But anyways, I hope to see a lot of you again next time.